Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. Practice currently in progress, and we should get started in just a couple of minutes. Practice currently in progress here at the NAIA Invitational. We'll give you a list of the teams that are going to be on the featured pairs today. It's just a couple of minutes here as we get underway. While you're waiting for us to get started, head over to Facebook and let us know which team you're cheering for. Facebook.com/USBC1. And let us know who you are rooting for. We'll give you a shout out on the broadcast today.
This morning, teams will be bowling their 6-4 four-game Baker sets of the qualifying competition. You'll have 2 games on your starting lane, and then you'll move to the adjacent lane for 2 additional games. There will be no position round today. You'll be using the lane rotation schedule that was provided during the coaches' meeting and during check-in. No flash photography during competition, and only coaches on the rule sign-off form are allowed in the bowler's area. To all the coaches and athletes, we wish you the best of luck and great bowling. Let the NAIA Invitational Championships begin.
Good morning, live from Indianapolis. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we begin our coverage of the NAIA Invitational, the second time this event has been held, and we are at Western Bowl here in Indianapolis, getting ready for our opening round of the day. The teams are going to bowl 24 Baker games today. They'll bowl 6 4-game sets. And so for this 4-game set, we will have Martin Methodist and St. Catherine on the women's side. That'll be on the left side of your screen. The right side of your screen will be Pikeville men and the Midland men to kick things off. Now, as for who we're expecting to see today, here's a look at the teams that we expect to see on our featured pairs as we move throughout the day. You can see coming up in round 2, it's going to be St. Ambrose and Weber on the women's side, and Robert Morris, Illinois, and Davenport on the men's side. So here we go with our first shots of the day. The teams will be seeded into the bracket competition tomorrow. And again, our coverage will take place all weekend, all the way through when we crown champions, coming up on Sunday afternoon. We are scheduled to begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning with bracket competition. That'll be the start of practice at 8 a.m. The first round of matches begins at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. And once they get to the bracket, it'll be 3 out of 5 Baker game matches. Everything in this tournament is Baker, so all the competition today is Baker. 24 Baker games for you today. Again, Martin Methodist and St. Catherine on the left, and Pikeville and Midland on the right. Women's featured pair, 47 and 48. Men's featured pair is 49 and 50. A couple of folks checking in on our USBC Facebook page. Stacy Lynn Bischoff cheering for the Marion Knights, and Maria Kuntz is a fan of Southwestern Christian University. Says, let's go Eagles. If you'd like to get a shout out, you can do so on our USBC Facebook page. Just head over to facebook.com/USBC1, USBC and the number 1. And that's where you can have your shout out. Post your shout out, we'll give it to you here on the broadcast. Martin Methodist in the red jerseys, St. Catherine in the purple and white. Pikeville wearing orange, and Midland wearing the orange with the blue stripes down the side. That's Midland on the far right. For those of you who are just tuning in, our lineup of teams that are going to be on the featured pairs today. Again, each round is 4 Baker games, so a total of 24 games today. We're in the 6th frame on the women's pair. St. Catherine 104 in the 6th. After their open frame, Martin Methodist with a spare will have 91 in the 6th, thereabouts. And on the men's side, Pikeville working in the 5th frame. Midland only in the 3rd so far. We'll give you the scores after each game wraps up. And we'll keep you updated with the standings as frequently as we can. Got a few more folks who have checked in on our Facebook page. Chad Beer cheering for Marion Knights. Mark Missoura is a Weber International fan. Pili Baez, of course, cheering for Pikeville. Hola, Pili. Casey Chancellor says, let's go Midland. So thank you to Chad, Mark, Pili, and Casey for checking in on our USBC Facebook page. And give you a shout out if you get on there as well. Facebook.com/USBC, and the number 1 is how you can get there directly. Or you can search for our Facebook page. It's the Sport of Bowling USBC. Question about what the pattern is today on my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/LucasUSBC. It's 39 feet. The total volume of oil, 25.785 mils. And it looks like it's about 2.5 to 1 ratio. So it is a sport bowling compliant pattern. 39 feet here at Western Bowl. Again, as the teams wrap up this game, we'll give you the scores for each of them. St. Catherine looks like they're going to be the first to finish. They're about to bowl the 10th frame, and 151 in the 9th, working on an open. Looks like we've got some more folks who are watching and commenting on our Facebook page. Ronald Brown Jr. is a fan of Theo Ship. Dewan Blackman, a Pikeville fan. Nick Keitlinger has an observation that the lane pattern seems to be frustrating some bowlers early on. It does appear that's correct, especially on our men's side. They're having some real struggles out there in this opening game. Marina Ray Stever says good luck Midland. Sean Rangel is a Penn fan. Jamie Lynn Richenberg cheering for Midland. And Casey Chancellor throwing out there that he's going to win this tournament next year. He's at Muskegon Community College. I'm not sure that they are in the NAIA. This is an NAIA only tournament. Only NAIA schools are eligible. And again, we are at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. 165 for Martin Methodist. St. Catherine had 171. And our men's pair, they're getting ready to wrap up game number 1. 149 for the Pikeville men. Galen Gaines checking in on our Facebook page, cheering for the Weber Warriors. We'll see the Weber women's team in our next round of games here on the featured pair. And yes, this is a sport shot, 39 feet. And as Nick Keitlinger says on our Facebook page, give them time, they'll figure it out. I agree. They will they'll get this thing figured out as we move along here. This is just the first game, so second game now for some of these schools as Midland's still wrapping up game one. Final shot. Well, one more shot coming up for Steiner for Midland men. They can strike here on the fill for 170. The Campbellsville Tigers fan page, of course, rooting for Campbellsville. Thanks to them for checking in. We're in our getting ready to go into our second game of the day for all these teams. That's the final shot for the Midland men on the far right. They shoot 167. The teams will bowl 2 games on the same lane. So, for example, the Pikeville men there bowling 2 games on lane 49, and then they will move over to lane 50 for 2 more games. And then after the 4-game round is completed, they will move pairs. So we will have new teams on the featured pairs every 4 games. And Mark Masura has a question on our Facebook page. Are there bonus pins for winning your match? There are no bonus pins today. It's just 24 Baker games of qualifying to determine the seeding for match play, or bracket match play tomorrow. So obviously want to try to finish as high in these qualifying standings as possible today to get the best possible seeding for tomorrow's bracket play. For those of you wondering who's going to be coming up on the featured pairs today, here's a look at who we're going to have throughout the day. Gary Brown, our director of Collegiate Bowling, is joining us now. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Lucas. How are you?
Pretty good. Maybe you can tell our audience out there a little bit more about this tournament, the NAIA Invitational, and what schools are involved, why this event takes place. What's the I know it started last year, but what's the whole purpose of having this event?
Well, a couple of years ago, the coaches came to us and asked us about operating and conducting a tournament just for the NAIA schools. The NJCA and the NCAA already had their own independent national championships, and since the NAIA does not currently recognize the sport as a varsity sport at the national level, the coaches came together with USBC and decided to create an event to showcase the talents of the athletes at this level. Obviously, another thing, it's a marketing tool. We have a couple of conference commissioners who are out here today who are watching the competition and potentially can add more schools to their conferences and obviously to the collegiate bowling realm here. So a lot of these schools that are here have started up from that. We know we've had some interest from schools who were here last year. Based on the tournament last year, we have 3 schools that were added where their athletic directors came to this tournament, saw the excitement of the competition, saw some schools who were in their conference, and basically decided to start up a program because of this tournament.
Gary Brown, our director of college bowling at the International Bowling Campus, joining us. And Gary, I know that this is just an invitational at this stage. Is there hope that at some point this can be a varsity sport at the NAIA level?
Yeah, NAIA has some steps that they have to proceed through in order to become a varsity competition. The first step was making a recognized sport by the NAIA, which is 25 schools. They achieved that number last year. Through some attrition, schools moving up to different levels of NCAA and some schools just adding the sport. We're still around that number. We do have, if it all comes to fruition, we have about 8 or 9 more schools coming on board next year. And they have to get to 50 schools total in order to actually have a formal NAIA championship. We do actively work with the NAIA national office. The coaches have a president who is part of a committee. We're working with them on all the legislative pieces that are already going to be in place in order for us to work with the coaches here to get the national championship in place maybe within about 3 years. That's about the number that they're estimating right now, is they could probably have 50 within the next 3 to 5 years and be able to have their own national championships fully conducted by the NAIA.
Do they need 50 schools or 50 programs, men's and women's combined?
They need 50 schools that have a bowling team.
Okay.
So right now they're somewhere in the 30s. This event here has 23 men's teams and 16 women's teams. Just due to finances or injuries, we've had some of the women's teams back out. But we're right around 31 schools out there on the NAIA level who have some sort of competition. There's a women's only school, so that kind of offsets a school that has men's only. But we're looking at, again, about eight or nine schools being added next season.
I think there were some teams that moved to NCAA, right? What are some of the is McKendree one of them?
Yeah, McKendree, Notre Dame College, Ursuline are three of the schools I can think, and Lindenwood all moved up as a university to the NCAA level. However, their bowling programs have stayed for the most part, except for McKendree, I believe, at the either a club level or a varsity club level. Ursuline and Notre Dame College, I think, are still considering their options on the women's side of it. The uniqueness of that, obviously, is that they have a varsity program on the men's side conducted through the school that's ran as NAIA previously, but on the women's side, it's actually a club program. But they're ran by the same athletic department, managed by the same school. So it's kind of a unique process that they're all going through. It's a learning curve out there for them for sure.
And so that's why you don't see all of the teams in here, Wichita State, some of those schools, because this is only NAIA, and that designation is based on the university or the college, not the bowling program, right?
Yeah, it's the affiliation with the acronym or the school that they're with. NAIA has about, I think it's close to 300 schools or something like that are part of their program. We actively go to their convention every year. We were able to take time to speak in front of all their athletic directors last year. Had some very good interest from it, and I think that's really what drove some of the numbers going on for next year. So we're actively trying to get these programs to grow. It's kind of an interesting novelty just because ultimately, like you just mentioned before, some of the schools are going NCAA, so while we continue to grow the number of NAIA schools, our number seems to be balancing out because the schools that go up to NCAA Division II or Division III are actually just being replaced by other schools at the NAIA level.
124 for Martin Methodist, 134 for St. Catherine, Pikeville 178, and Midland 164 as the teams switch lanes now for their second two games. Gary Brown, Director of College Bowling for the International Bowling Campus, is joining us. And Gary, the pattern for this tournament was developed by Nick Hoagland, I believe. No?
No, it was actually
Nick just put it out.
Yeah,
I guess.
Nick
programmed the machines, right?
Yeah, Nick programmed the machines, put them in for us. The technology for the machines and the oil was all provided by Kegel as a sponsor for the event. So it was obviously we greatly appreciate that opportunity to partner up with that brand. But the pattern was created by our guys back at the Specs House.
Oh, okay. Because I say if Nick developed the pattern, then there might be some people shaking in their boots here because he has a reputation of developing very difficult patterns. But this pattern still is going to be pretty challenging today.
Yeah, the coaches, I asked them last year after the tournament whether they were happy changes to the pattern, and every single coach said last year that USBC did a fabulous job with the pattern. So, I gave those guidelines to the guys in our Specs House, Dave Nestor, Herman Glenn, and said, just model it somewhat off to what you guys had last year. We have enough events here between Junior Gold, the Hoosier Classic, a couple other events we've helped them out with in the past here. That we're able really to understand the topography of the lanes a little bit, how they break down the surface. So it allows us a lot more flexibility when we're very familiar with the center when creating a pattern.
And it's, again, 39 feet, 25.785 mils of oil, and around 2.5 to 1 is the ratio, so it's a USBC Sport Bowling compliant pattern. And this, I guess you would kind of consider this event a postseason event for these schools because the regular season in college bowling is already done, and a couple of big events coming up in April in Nebraska for you guys, right, Gary?
Yeah, the Intercollegiate Singles Championships will take place with the top 24 men from the sectionals location, the top 16 women from the sectional location. They'll be doing a one-day event now this year. Its format's changed dramatically for the tournament. It's 6 games of qualifying. And what we wanted to really do with the tournament is model it after the Masters and Queens, the premier adult event out there for these kids through USBC. So what we did is we actually changed the format from a best of to a 3-game total pins. We did ask the kids, the student athletes who participated in the event 2 years ago, what format they would prefer. And it was kind of interesting that it was about 60-40. They would like to go to the total pins aspect of it. And this opportunity allowed us really just to go change that format at this point. And obviously, starting that week, we did the ITCs. It's the premier event for college bowling, in my opinion. And the NCAA has a great event, but it's unique. Our unique brand brings those NCAA schools together with the NAIA schools, with the NJCAA schools, with the club schools, and with that aspect, you really have a lot of the best teams in the country competing in that competition. Obviously, we're extremely excited to be partners with CBS Sports Network for the event. We're taping all 4 shows in HD for the first time ever on Saturday, the 21st. Encourage everyone to stop out, see the show if you're local. It's going to be an exciting time. We're going to do 4 different shows that day, and all 4 shows will be shown on CBS Sports Network in May at 10 o'clock Eastern Time on Friday night. So we're really excited about that partnership and that opportunity to broadcast the shows again.
Yeah, so be sure to set your calendar for those shows, and be sure to tune in for our live streaming here on Bowl TV of the singles and the team nationals coming up in just a few weeks. We are in game 3 of 24, and it's all Baker in this tournament. They're bowling for seeding in the bracket. Are there any buys in the bracket tomorrow?
Yeah, on the women's side there are not, because there's an even 16 amount of teams.
Okay.
16 teams. On the men's side, the top 9 teams get a bye based on the way the bracket structure is. The double elimination is the bracket we have. As you mentioned before, it's 24 Baker games, seed them all in today. Best 3 out of 5 tomorrow, match play. If they go to 2.5, 2.5, they do a full game. If they go to tie again, then they go to a 9th and 10th frame. And as I told all the coaches, and we're probably about 30 minutes behind schedule at that point.
Yeah.
So, we like the excitement of it, but we also like to keep as much on time as possible with the tournament. But it's, this is the format these coaches adopted last year. The president last year was Ron Damron, and their committee got together, so this would be a great opportunity to kind of mold it after the ITCs. While this is a special tournament for all of them, one thing they also see it as is a tune-up for the ITCs. That's why they want it sport compliant. That's why they want it all Baker. They just saw it as a great opportunity to tune up for the ITCs. And it also falls in between those weekends of right before the basically championship month for college bowling. The NAIA is early April, NCAA is right before the ITCs. So, we've kind of designated college bowling month as being April with this event being here. The NJCAA is in early March, and their championships are actually right before sectionals, and they use that as a tune-up for sectionals.
So does that mean that the NAIA teams get kind of a tune-up before ITCs? Is there any talk of NCAA programs putting together something similar to this?
Well, the NCAA national championships are
for the women, yeah, but for the club teams or the men's teams.
There's one event that's conducted in Ohio right before this. I think Oberlin College runs it, but not that I know of. Not at this point. There's not really a spectacle programs at that point that's ever been brought forward to me. No.
I wonder if there's a bunch of the NCAA club level programs like Wichita State or the Nebraska men, Kansas men who are watching this saying, "Hey, I wish we had something like this too."
Yeah, they do a thing in Wichita. I know right before with an alumni competition, and some of the team. I think some of the current players do compete in that, and the Wichita Newman do a competition there. But yeah, there is. I think it'd be a good opportunity for schools to run something if they wanted to. It just becomes down to a lot of times with these programs are typically funded by the university. All these programs are out here. When you get down to the club program level, it's more out of pocket for the student athletes. Yeah. And that funding may be a little bit more difficult for them to conduct that one extra event. They gear up to try and do everything they can before that for sectionals in order to be seated as high as possible for that tournament.
Yeah, a lot of the funds that they have are spent trying to qualify for the ITCs. And can you walk us through that process of how a team gets to the national championships next month? At the start of the year, what are the qualifications to get into sectionals and then make it into nationals?
Well, on the ITC side of it, the USBC Collegiate side of it, they bowl and have to bowl at least 3 competitions throughout the season that are certified by USBC. Based on every competition they bowl in, they get points. And that ranking system is called the team ranking system. It's been around since about, I think, 2000 or so. And it's been pretty successful. It was kind of interesting. One of the stats that was brought up beforehand was nobody, I think, below the top 32 teams, except for one team who had some eligibility issues, has ever made nationals. Just kind of show you the success of that point system that we had at Hoosier Classic, which people seem to deem as the premier event of the season because of the 78 men's teams and 52 women's programs. At that tournament, out of the top 10 teams in the ranking system, 9 of the top 12 teams in the tournament were from that ranking on the men and women's side. So it was kind of interesting to see that, really there's only one team on each side who fell below that top 12 in the points. But what they do is they accumulate points throughout the season. The top 80 teams on the men's side, the top 64 women's team on the women's side, they get positioned by our committee around the country. And to one of the 4 locations, which this year was Allentown, Pennsylvania, Nashville, Tennessee, Smyrna, Tennessee, Fairview Heights, Illinois, and Euless, Texas. And those top 4 teams from each of those regions qualify for the Intercollegiate Team Championships. So we bring 16 teams into that tournament on both sides. It's been that way since about 2000 or so. I think it was the first year they went to this qualifying process.
And so eventually we'll have a national champion coming up next month in Lincoln, Nebraska, because those 16 men's teams and 16 women's teams have all been determined already, and they are ready to go to compete in Lincoln at Sun Valley Lanes. And I know that we're looking forward to working with John Lucido and his staff at Sun Valley Lanes. Should be a nice event for us coming up next month.
Yeah, we're obviously looking forward to going to that community. I took a site visit in there just right around sectionals time. That community is just really excited about it. John's doing a lot of updating and changes to the center just for this event. We're going to have the TV show went in and did a site visit while we were actually at sectionals, coming back from sectionals. One of the new things we did for this year, which was kind of interesting, we sent our specifications team into the bowling center and did topography of all the lanes. Because one of the things that's out there people don't think about is the adjustments from lane to lane to lane to lane, and how the topography is different. So we put them on the TV pair. We made the adjustments to the pairs that we felt that we needed to do. So it's kind of exciting for us to put a little bit of extra effort in there to try and make the show as exciting as possible for the TV people and the spectators watching.
Game 3 coming to a close. Midland can shoot 222 with a strike on the fill. Pikeville going to be in the 190s here, it looks like. St. Catherine 147. Gary, you're doing the scoring today, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, every 4 games, I would guess.
Yeah, we'll update the website every 4 games. After they get done, they'll bring back the scores to me. And we have a link on the website that'll have scores updated. And we'll post the brackets tonight sometime. Try to get it done before the banquet. And so everybody knows who's bowling everybody for the brackets tomorrow.
Yeah, and once we get that first update posted, I'll get the link up on bowl.com so that everybody can find the results after every 4 games, fingers crossed.
And if you remember last year, obviously this event had some surprises that came through. And I think it was the St. Ambrose women who came through and bowled very well towards the end. One of the teams that wasn't exactly higher ranked coming into the tournament came through and was a sleeper and knocked off some of the, I think, 3 of the top 5 teams in the country at that point with Weber, Pikeville, and
Robert
Morris, I believe it was top 10 teams. And also the St. Catherine men came through and bowled extremely well and surprised everybody from one of the lower seeded teams in the bracket. So, that's what happens when you get to match play in any tournament. When you get 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 7, it's anybody's match at that point, no matter where you get seated.
Again, you're watching the NAIA Invitational. We're at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. I know Gary mentioned the banquet tonight. The NAIA teams have their banquet this evening. I think they're going to announce some postseason honors. Is that right?
Yeah, all the All-Americans will be announced tonight for the tournament. The PBA's in town locally, so Tom Clark, who works for the PBA, will be in doing some guest speaking for the tournament. I believe he's got a couple special guests coming in to do some speaking to the players. So it's pretty exciting for these kids to have some of their some people, their role models that they look up to and let's say aspire to be, to come in and guest speak at the event. They didn't have anybody until about a week ago, and then Mike Kavacki, who's taken over running the tournament and just actually was elected president of the NAIA today, he took an effort to go out and contact Tom and say, we've got this event where you have an opportunity to kind of market your brand to these college kids, because Tom's a smart guy. He understands that these kids are his next level of bowlers coming into the pros. You look at most of the top elite pros that are out there today in the PBA, and a lot of them came through the collegiate ranks.
Yeah, and the PBA has a stop at Woodland Bowl, which is, 20 minutes from here? 30 minutes?
25 minutes or so, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
So they've got the PBA playoffs going on this weekend. I would guess that maybe some of the teams might go over there on Saturday night and watch a little bit of the PBA guys bowl.
We're going to encourage them to head over there. Obviously, we want them to support the PBA and their initiative and what they're doing. So, they have a little bit more downtime tomorrow night than they do tonight with the banquets.
Yeah.
But we're going to try and get them over there as much as we can.
I think I might actually even go over and watch a little bit of that on Saturday and Sunday night after we get done here.
That's what Dave Bartlett and myself, who's Dave's our youth tournament manager for the International Bowling Campus, we said the same thing. We may stop over and try and watch a little bit of the tournament going on. Obviously, it's an exciting competition that's going on over there. Interesting formats, with the elimination, kind of like March Madness. So it comes down to being pretty exciting to watch the matches get as they go along.
So we've got college bowling here for you today at the NAIA Invitational. It's our fourth game. It's the final game for these four teams on the featured pair: St. Catherine, Martin Methodist, Midland, and Pikeville. And then we'll have a new group of teams coming in and give you a look at the list of teams that are going to be on the featured pair in our coming rounds. Round 2. Coming up next, St. Ambrose and Weber International on the women's side, along with Robert Morris, Illinois, and Davenport on the men's side. So those are the two pairings for round number 2.
That's a pretty good round for you. I know we have 3 of those teams that are in the top teams in the country, and actually 3 of those teams made the ITCs for this year. So you'll have a real good match. In this pair you have here, one of the teams made the ITCs for this year. Midland did. Yeah,
the Midland men, they are in the ITCs. I was just writing up the program book yesterday for the ITCs.
Yeah, their coach, JJ, gave me a call right after they made it, and both teams made it to nationals, and said, hey, what's the fire code for the Sun Valley Lanes? Because he said all of Fremont, Nebraska is going to come in to watch them. So John Lucido and I actually had to make a decision whether or not we were going to contact the fire marshal and let him know that there potentially could be some issues, and we found out some good stuff this week that regardless of the situation, as long as you're going up with bleachers, you can go over that amount, over the standard amount of fire code. So we got pretty fortunate with that one because, as JJ said, if we make the finals or we make the TV show, he said the whole city of Fremont's going to be coming in. I don't know how big Fremont, Nebraska is, but
I don't think it's very big.
But it's only 30 miles away, so yeah. When you only have 400-person, 500-person capacity, it's pretty tight with all the teams already in there.
Yeah, everybody always asks where Midland is, and a lot of people guess that it's in Midland, Texas, but it's actually in Fremont, Nebraska.
And it's kind of that program's kind of interesting, and I think I mentioned to you last year. It actually formed up last year from another college. There was a school called, I think it was Dana College, that was in Nebraska, and it folded right before school started. The actual entire school lost its accreditation, I believe is what it was.
Jeez.
And they were not allowed to compete or not allowed to have the school anymore because no accreditation. And so when they folded that program, Midland stepped in and picked up a bunch of sports from the Dana College. So it's very interesting to see that this school and the success that they've had and what they've been able to pick up from that school's school club is basically closing at that point.
Yeah, and the Midland men's team, they've drawn some players from around the country, not just local players. A lot of the schools will just draw local players from their metro area or their state, but Tyler Cruz is up right now. Junior Team USA bowler is from Washington. They got a couple of bowlers from Washington. They got Joe Steiner on the team who transferred in from Saginaw Valley. So Midland putting together a nice program. And we'll let Gary, you need to go.
I'm going to step off for a minute. I got to start punching the score. So
thanks, Gary.
Not a problem.
Gary Brown, director of college bowling for the International Bowling Campus. He's got some work to get done. He's got to get those scores punched in. Some of the schools already finishing up their fourth game, so that means scores need to get typed up. And we will let you know the standings as soon as Gary gets those done, and we will have those on bowl.com as well. Again, you can post on our USBC Facebook page who you are rooting for today, and we'll try to give you a shout out as we move along. Facebook.com/USBC1. It's a nice conversation going on there. And Benjamin Todd says good luck, Robert Morris. Ashley Jelinek is cheering for Calumet. Just wrapping up our fourth game. And then we will have some new teams coming in for games 5, 6, 7, and 8. .143 for Martin Methodist. Final shot coming up for St. Catherine. They could strike on the fill for 176. Again, we will have the link to the results on bowl.com. They're going to be updated every 4 games, so Gary will be working on getting those updated here in the next few minutes. .175 for St. Catherine. So our women's pair is done for now, and we'll have some new teams coming in momentarily. Final shots coming up from Midland and Pikeville on the men's side. Midland strikes out in the 10th for 182. And Pikeville can strike on the fill for 154. A lot of folks checking in on our YouTube chat. We will chat with you in just a moment, as we are now done with game number 4 and brings us to a break. So we're going to step away for just a quick minute or two here and take a break, but back in about, let's say, 2.5 minutes here on Bowl TV. Stay with us.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
It started a couple years ago, and I knew I needed an extra challenge. League was fun, but it wasn't preparing me for my weekend tournaments, and when I traveled, I felt unprepared. So I wanted to get into the sport bowling to really challenge myself and hone my skills. So that I went to, like I said, a tournament. I was prepared and ready to bowl.
Obviously, when you first start, it's a little bit frustrating. Your average takes a dive a little bit, but if you stick with it, for people who may want to give this a try, sticking with it does help.
Absolutely. You just gotta, take your lumps and expect not to average 220 like you do on your league night, and say, it's okay averaging 180, 190 and getting up into the 200s, and you feel like you've accomplished something averaging 200 on a sport pattern.
Back live now, getting ready to start our second round. And it's going to be St. Ambrose and Weber on the women's side. Robert Morris, Illinois, and Davenport on the men's side. They're still getting onto their pairs and should be started momentarily. Okay, here we go. Our second round. I want to say hello again to everybody in our YouTube chat who is checking in with us today. Watching in Oklahoma City, and also South Korea. Benjamin Todd watching in South Korea. Been to South Korea a couple of times. Been to Busan and to Seoul. Nice country. Good place to visit. My Korean's not very good, though. Again, we'll have the link to the standings on bowl.com. Gary's working on getting those done as we speak. And again, be sure to check in with us on our USBC Facebook page this morning. Chris Meganson has a question on our Facebook page. If a round takes an hour, will round 5 begin at 1 p.m.? That seems about right to me. Yeah, there will not be a break. They're bowling straight through. Although each round may take a little bit less than an hour. Let's see, it's 10:07 now. They started practice at 9. Had 15 minutes of practice. So that last round took about 50 minutes or so. Maybe a little less than 50 minutes. So maybe actually a little before 1 o'clock when round 5 begins. So St. Ambrose is on the far left for this game. Weber International celebrating a strike there by Jessica Santiago is in the green. Robert Morris, they are on the left lane on the men's pair. And Davenport on the right lane. X-Ray Renee in our YouTube chat says, good morning, Lucas. Did I hear you and Gary mention that All-American honors will be announced this evening? Our son is in the top 10, so very interested. It's the All-Americans for NAIA. So if that's what you're interested in, yes, the NAIA postseason awards will be announced this evening. As for the All-Americans for all of college bowling, that will be announced before the Intercollegiate Team Championships in a few weeks, and that'll be at the banquet before the ITCs. Of course, we will have a wrap-up for you on the Collegiate All-Americans for all schools on bowl.com once that gets announced next month. And again, this is a USBC Sport Bowling compliant pattern. It's not a house shot, that's for sure. College bowling tends to be contested on pretty challenging lane conditions. Today, no exception, 39 feet. Almost 26 mils of oil and the ratio is under 2.5 to 1, so it is a USBC Sport Bowling compliant pattern. And of course, if you're not familiar with the USBC Sport Bowling program, it is an opportunity for bowlers who want to challenge themselves on something other than traditional house patterns where you can score very easily. And I can tell you from personal experience, it helps make you a better bowler bowling on tougher lane conditions. And if you're interested in starting a USBC Sport Bowling League in your bowling center, you can go to bowl.com/sportbowling for more information. We've also got PBA Experience Leagues where you can bowl on the same patterns the professionals bowl on, see how you stack up against those guys. Again, bowl.com/sportbowling for more information on the sport bowling program. Appreciate everybody tuning in this morning as we are in Game 5 here at the NAIA Invitational. Game 5 of 24. All Baker competition in this event. St. Ambrose and Weber for the women. Robert Morris, Illinois, and Davenport for the men. Robert Morris is I believe the top-ranked team in the country in the team ranking system. A very strong squad for the Eagles this year as they are gearing up for the national championships in Lincoln. Bracket competition in this event will begin at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. So be sure to tune in for that. Today's competition seeds the teams for the bracket, and so there are no byes on the women's side. There's 16 teams, but on the men's side, there will be 9. The top 9 teams will receive byes. Question in our chat: are they going to show live scores on the feed? I'll read them for you, but the scores will be on bowl.com, and that link is on bowl.com. It's not updated yet. They're still working on getting the results typed up. But when you go to bowl.com, you'll see the link for the results. It's right underneath our live streaming graphic. It says results in all caps, and games 1 through 12 is where we're at now. You also see the link there for games 13 through 24, which will be updated once we get to that stage. Right now we're just wrapping up Game 5. And we'll give you these scores as they finish up. St. Ambrose looks like they're going to be the first ones to finish. A double in the 10th for the Bees. And they're going to shoot 163 with another strike. Don't forget, you can check in with us on our USBC Facebook page and let us know who you're cheering for today. We'll give you a shout out. A few more folks have checked in. Kim Fiorenzo cheering for Calumet. Maria Kuntz wanted to know if the scores from round 1 will be on bowl.com. They will once they get them typed up. Maurice Rivas cheering for Our Lady of the Lake. And Dane Lunsford wants to know if the men from Martin Methodist will be on the featured pair today. And does not look like they will be on the featured pair today. Unfortunately, not all the teams make it onto our featured pairs. But as we have a break here in our bowling, I'll show you who's going to be coming up on the featured pairs. We're currently in round number 2. Each round consists of 4 Baker games. So that's where we're at right now. Round 3 will be coming up next. There is no break today. They bowl straight through. That was the final shot for Davenport here this game. 195 for them. They strike out of the 10th. St. Ambrose women finished at 162. Robert Morris still has one more shot to throw this game. They can strike for 152. Weber International going to be in the 160s. Here comes the final shot for Robert Morris. It's Team USA member Marshall Kent. Won the Team USA trials in January, so he's on Team USA and Junior Team USA. Gets 7 for 149 for Robert Morris. And the final shot here for Weber International here in Game 5. 160 for the Warriors. As we will start game number 6. Again, they stay on the same lane for 2 games and then move to the adjacent lane for the next 2 games in the round. And once again, there's no matches as Chris Pearson just tripped the 4 pin into the 2, into the head pin for the strike. Got a little backdoor strike there for Pearson. Wonder if his dad taught him that. We'll be sure to let you know as soon as those results are posted here on bowl.com. And they are now available. Results are now available on bowl.com. And Robert Morris leads the men's division by 16 pins. 8 games of 173, 178, 223, and 265. First 4 games. 839 for Robert Morris. St. Catherine in second at 823. Marion third at 798. Davenport fourth, 759. Missouri Baptist in fifth at 745. So that's our top 5. The next 5 for the men: Calumet, Midland, Lawrence Tech, Weber, and Cumberland. And for the women, it's Weber International in the lead at 783. Calumet second at 747. St. Ambrose in third, 746. Campbellsville in fourth at 734. And Robert Morris is fifth at 724. The next 5 in the standings: William Penn, Ashford, Pikeville, Indiana Tech, and Midland. They get very early on here in this qualification process. And no teams are eliminated today. Everybody moves on and will bowl in the bracket tomorrow. 23 men's teams in the field, 16 women's teams. Again, you can find those standings on bowl.com. And so for those of you who may not be able to find those standings, it's pretty easy to find right there on bowl.com. But I did just tweet the link on my Twitter feed at Lucas_Wiseman. That's at Lucas_Wiseman. And you can find the link to the NAIA Invitational standings directly right there, if that's easier for you. And those standings are after 4 games. And we are in game number 6 right now. Standings updated after every 4 games. Katie Thornton up for Weber International after she throws. Well, we'll let St. Ambrose throw their shot first here, and then we will show you who's coming up on the featured pairs today. For those of you who are wondering, nice strike there for the Bees. Currently we're in round 2. Each round is 4 Baker games. So coming up next round for the women, it'll be Pikeville and Marion, and for the men, Clark and Lawrence Tech. We're a couple of games away from that, though, about 2.5 games away from round number 3. Casey wants to know when the tournament, when is the tournament in Nebraska? That's going to be coming up in just a couple of weeks. It'll be at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Have live coverage for you here on Bowl TV. The singles event is going to be April 17th, and our live coverage here on Bold TV will begin at 9 a.m. Eastern Time and go until 7 p.m. And then a day off between the singles and the team competition. Team competition will begin on April 19th at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time and go until 9 p.m. And day 2 of the intercollegiate team, April 20th, 9 a.m. to 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. April 21st will be the TV shoot. Be shooting 4 TV shows that day for broadcast on CBS Sports Network. Will not have live streaming of that, though, because TV will be coming in and broadcasting that on a tape-delayed basis. We'll have a recap for you on Bowl.com after that day, but we will not have live streaming of the finals from the intercollegiate team or singles championships. And for those of you who may not be aware, you can find our live streaming schedule directly by going to bowl.com/livestream. bowl.com/livestream will take you directly to our schedule of live streaming events that we'll have for you on Bold TV. As we are heading to a close here in Game 6. St. Ambrose, once again, the first team to bowl in the 10th frame. They're going to be in the 150s this game with a spare. Robert Morris got the first one in the 10th. Can strike out for 216 this game. There's another one. Marshall Kent, that's 4 strikes in a row for the Eagles. .155 for St. Ambrose. The Weber women with a spare here will be in the 170s. Davenport going to be in the 160s as we're wrapping up this game, and then they'll switch lanes for 2 more games on our featured pairs. Five in a row to close things out for the Eagles as Robert Morris shoots 216. Final shot coming up here for Weber. So now they switch lanes and get started with 2 more games. We will take a very brief break here, back in just a minute on Bowl TV.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
Back live as we're just underway with the start of game number 7. Davenport and Robert Morris just wrapping up the first frame. The women just getting ready to throw their first shots of this game. Thanks to everybody who's posted their comments on our USBC Facebook page. A couple of more shout-outs to get to. Nancy Johnson cheering for the Midland Warriors. Sharon Watkins, a Weber International fan. Sumar cheering for Midland, and Shannon Lee Fenton, a Calumet fans. Thank you very much, Nancy, Sharon, Sue, and Shannon, for checking in with us on our USBC Facebook page. If you guys have any questions in our chat, feel free to post them. Do my best to give you an answer. And of course, certainly encourage you to post on your Facebook and Twitter. Let everybody know you're watching some live bowling right here on Bowl TV. Just tell them to go to bowl.com. You'll find the direct link to our live streaming right there. We'll have coverage of the entire tournament all the way through Sunday afternoon when we crown the champions. Bracket coverage begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning, with the opening round of match play. Question in the chat wants to know, see, Stokes wants to know what time the NCAA Bowling Championships are going to be on TV. I do not know the answer to that. I know that they're going to be broadcast on ESPN And I know that the event is April 12th to the 14th, but I'm not sure if that broadcast is live. Let's take a look here. This year's championship finals will air on ESPNU at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturday, April 14th. Again, this is the NCAA Women's Bowling Championship. And a replay of the championship finals will air on ESPN at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, April 15th. So live on ESPNU, rebroadcast on ESPN. So that's the answer to your question. Thanks for the question. As we are in our seventh game 7 of 24 here at the NAIA Invitational. St. Ambrose putting together a nice game here in game number 7, 139 in the 7th frame, a spare in the 8th. They are the furthest along of any of the 4 teams this game. Weber in the 7th. Robert Morrison Davenport also in the 7th frame. And St. Ambrose about to bowl in the 10th. I want to remind everybody that the USBC Queens is coming up next month, and there is still time to sign up if you are a female USBC member out there and interested in bowling in the USBC Queens. Go to bowl.com/queens for more information. Online registration is available. $20,000 first place prize at the Queens could be yours. Bowl.com/queens to sign up for this year's tournament. 197 for St. Ambrose in Game 7. Weber International up in the 10th. 3 in a row for the Warriors. They can get to 223 this game. Oh, the 9-pin goes late for Davenport in the 9th frame. That'll set it up for the 10th. Their max score is 177. Robert Morris shooting a single pin here in the 9th. Max score 185. Mick Buller has a question in our chat. Are the pros in Indiana this week also? They are. The pros are at Woodland Bowl this weekend for the PBA playoffs. Across town here in Indianapolis. 10-pin for Zavialova. And so Weber going to be at 212 with the spare. Oh, Marshall Kent gets the 4-pin. They go forward. Or maybe that was the 2. Hard to tell from this angle. They can still get to 185. 211 for Weber International as they have wrapped up Game 7 now. Davenport with the double, looking for 3 in a row. Second shot in the 10th, and it is a split. Looks like Davenport with 2 of the 3 there will shoot 163. Second shot in the 10th for Marshall Kent and Robert Morris. Another strike. So Robert Morris will shoot 185 with a strike on the fill. Again, any questions, feel free to post them in our chat here on our YouTube channel. .185 for Robert Morris, and now we get underway with Game 8. This will conclude round number 2. Let's give you a look once again at our teams scheduled to be on the featured pairs today. We are in the final game of round 2. Each round is made up of 4 games. Shannon Lee wants to know the lane pattern. Thanks for the question, Shannon. It is a lane condition that was developed by my colleagues at USBC. It is a 39-foot pattern, 29.785 mils of oil, a ratio of 2.44 to 1. So it's a USBC sport shot. So basically, a 39-foot USBC sport shot is what we've got. Davenport has started with 3 in a row. Let's see if they can make it 4 here. Oh, 10-pin puts an end to the string, but a nice run to start off game 8 for Davenport. Standings are updated every 4 games. On bowl.com. And you'll find that link right under the live stream graphic on bowl.com. So again, after this game, round 3 we'll have the Pikeville and Marion women and the Clark and Lawrence Tech men coming up on the featured pairs for 4 games. And the Clark men bowling a very nice game. Off to our right, they look like they got a chance to get into the 250s. Midland men, I believe they shot 231. So some big games starting to fire out there. I think we will see the totals increase a bit. Probably have a few blocks over 800 this time around. A few more, I should say. Had a few last time, but not very many. But now that the teams are getting settled in and breaking down the pattern a bit, we should have some higher scores as we start to move along here. Lucas, who's your favorite in this tourney? I don't really have any favorites. Try to stay away from that. But if I had a team that I think had the best chance to win it, on the men's side, Robert Morris is the top-ranked team in the country out of any college program. So I think they're the team to beat on the men's side. Women's side, probably Pikeville and Weber International are 2 schools that I would look at. And Andrew Koff checking in. Andrew, good morning. Good to hear from you. We are just in the 7th, 8th frame of game number 8 of 24. So after this game, we'll be about a third of the way done for the day. Oh, a little washout conversion there for Davenport. Kind of bounced it off the back for the spare. Just a couple of frames to go here. Weber women with 4 strikes in a row heading into the 10th frame. Their max score is 244. As we are wrapping up game 8. Heading into the 9th frame on our men's featured pair. Both teams getting ready to bowl the 9th. The max score for Robert Morris is 226. Max score for Davenport is 231. Both men's teams with spares in the 9th. Max score for Robert Morris now 206. And max score for Davenport 211. Weber women with a spare will shoot 233. St. Ambrose can strike out for 181. So 232 for the Weber women. St. Ambrose, first strike in the 10th. They can still get to 181. Marshall Kent with the baby split for Robert Morris. So they will shoot 196 with the spare, and Davenport got the first one in the 10th. Second shot coming up right now. Can still get to 211. Now 201. So 194 for Robert Morris, 201 for Davenport. Final shot coming up for St. Ambrose. So 165 for St. Ambrose. That'll take us to a break in the action, but we will be back with the third round coming up, and we'll be back in about 2.5 minutes or so here on Bowl TV. So don't go anywhere. More bowling coming up for you. It's the start of round 3. We'll get underway in just a couple of minutes.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The YES Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the YES Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
I'm one of those guys where whatever I put my mind to, I usually get pretty good at it, and it wasn't impressive for me to shoot big numbers on a house pattern, what a lot of people are doing all over the place, and I wanted to push myself to a next level, and so that's what I did. I joined a sport league, and I practice on sport patterns, and work with guys that are like-minded, and that's how I want to make myself better.
Has it been helpful for you when you've gone out into competition or into tournaments, the sport bowling experience? I mean, a little bit more prepared when you come across tournament conditions?
Tremendously, especially when they put out a pattern that's a little more flat or a little more challenging. Tournaments sometimes tell you what it is, sometimes they don't. So if they don't, and I can recognize right away it's a little more challenging, usually, there's a handful of us that have the upper hand, knowing that I got to play this a little bit tighter or around this area as opposed to just jumping into the track, which is easy to do on a house pattern, and it's a pretty good advantage actually.
Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
Back live now with the start of our third round of qualifying. Games 9, 10, 11, and 12. And it's Pikeville and Marion on the women's side. Clark and Lawrence Tech on the men's side. We are just starting game 9. Once the standings are updated on bowl.com, we will give you a heads up so you can check those out. Updated every 4 games, and we just completed a 4-game block, so Gary Brown and Dave Bartlett working on an update as we speak. If you have any questions, please feel free to post those on our YouTube chat here. We'll be happy to try to answer those for you the best we can. A lot of folks always ask what the lane conditions are. It is a 39-foot sport pattern. And we are bowling 24 Baker games today to determine the seeding for the bracket competition, which gets underway at 8 a.m. Eastern time right here on Bowl TV tomorrow morning. There are no byes to be had in the women's division. There's 16 teams, no byes. But on the men's side, there's 23 teams and nine squads will get a bye in the bracket. So the top 9 after today on the men's side get to sleep in a little bit tomorrow morning. And it's double elimination bracket starting tomorrow morning. And the matches are best of 5. Coverage today brought to you by the YES Fund, the Youth Education Services Fund. The YES Fund is a joint initiative of the Bowling Proprietors Association of America and the United States Bowling Congress, and it is supported by founding partners Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrip, Storm, Track, and North Point. Thank you very much to all of our YES Fund partners for helping us bring you our broadcast of college bowling here on Bowl TV. We are in game number 9 of 24 as we're moving along here at the NAIA Invitational. Still waiting on the standings to be updated. We've got 8 games in the books, and the standings are updated after every 4 games. So we should have an update after the second round of competition here in just a couple of minutes. And after the shot by Lawrence Tech, we'll give you a look at the teams coming up on the featured pairs later on today. There you go. We're in round 3 right now. So Pikeville, Marion, Clark, and Lawrence Tech on the featured pairs. Round 4 will be next. We've got about 3.5 games before we get there. Grandview and Clark, Southwestern Christian and Marion will be on the featured pairs in round 4. You can see round 5 and 6 coming up later today. There is no break. Competition goes straight through all day long. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to post them in our chat. And we do have an update on the standings. They're going to resort everything and get it posted again for you. Make sure it's sorted properly. So once we get the standings sorted properly, we'll bring those to you. Lawrence Tech finished game 9 before I had a chance to scout out their score. So they've already started game 10. St. Catherine in the lead on the men's side now at 1591. No team is plus after 8 games. Tells you how difficult the lane conditions are here this weekend. Robert Morris in second at 1583, just 8 pins off the lead. Missouri Baptist in third. Midland in fourth now. St. Ambrose fifth. Rounding out the top 10, Cumberland, Weber, Marion, Ashford, and Davenport. On the women's side, Weber International is in the lead at 1559. They're up by 62 pins on Robert Morris, who's in second. Pikeville is third, William Penn fourth, and St. Ambrose in fifth place. Rounding out the top 10 on the women's side, St. Ambrose, Calumet, Campbellsville, Midland, Indiana Tech, and Marion. Marion putting together 3 strikes in a row here to close out game 9, and that gets them into the 200s. Pikeville already has started game 10. Clark going to be at 140 with a spare. So 140 for Clark. Final shot here in game 9 for Marion. Striking out for 203 for the last 4 there. So now everybody is in game 10 now. Again, standings available on bull.com. Updated after 8 games. Couple of more posts on our USBC Facebook page, and if you would like to get a shout out, get your name mentioned on our broadcast today, you can do that at facebook.com/USBC1. Just look for the status update from this morning announcing that we have the live streaming going on. And Justin Lamb, 21 minutes ago, was letting us know that he's a Grandview University fan. So thanks, Justin. And Ashley Jelinek wanted to know what time does the bowling start on Sunday. Starts at 8 a.m. Eastern time, bright and early on Sunday morning. So be sure to tune in 8 a.m. Eastern on Saturday and Sunday right here on Bowl TV for bracket competition from the NAIA Invitational. Pikeville women halfway through game 10, putting together a nice one here. Back-to-back spares followed by a 3-bagger for Pikeville. Corey Reed says, "Let's go Clark," on our Facebook page. So thanks, Corey, for checking in with us on Facebook. Clark with a spare and a double to start off game 10. Lawrence Tech already through 8 frames this game, and they can strike out for 239, so they're having a nice game as well. There's another strike for Clark, the Crusaders with 3 in a row now. Another strike for the Crusaders. That's 4 in a row. I said Pikeville was having a good game. Well, missed single pin in the 7th will put a little bit of a damper on the momentum. 144 in the 7th for Pikeville, so still a potential good game here, but a missed spare hurts the cause a little bit for U-Pike. Another one for Clark. 5 in a row. Lawrence Tech final shot here in game 10 on the far right side of your screen. It is a 7 count as they shoot 216. So a nice game for Lawrence Tech. So they close out game 10, and another strike for Clark. 6-bagger. After this game, the teams will switch lanes. They go to the adjacent lane for 2 more games on our featured pairs. And then have some new teams move in. And the string ends for Clark with a baby split, 3-10 in the 8th. Still have a great game going, though, if they can make the spare and close it out strong. Still good in the 260s. Pikeville with that split in the 9th, 171 for U-Pike. So their max score 201 with former Team USA member Kim Eulis stepping up in the 10th. So Clark can max out here at 268 with 3 strikes in the 10th. Here's the first one in the 10th, and it's through the face. Leaves the 3-6-10. So now their max score is 248. Marion still has 3 frames to go, and they've got 113 in the 6th, the spare in the 7th. Pikeville with a double in the 10th. They're going to shoot 201 with a strike on the fill, and Clark with the open in the 10th frame for 236. And it's game 10 coming to a close here on the men's pair. They still have 2 more games to go on our featured pair before we head into another group of teams coming on to the featured pairs. Women still finishing up game 10. And the men waste no time getting started with their 11th game. Still waiting on the final shot for Pikeville, but they're in no hurry because Marion's still with 2 frames to go. Looks like Pikeville's going to go here and wrap up their game. I'll give you their final score in just a second. Seven on the fill for 198 for Pikeville. Marion can strike out for 212 with 3 in the 10th. Here's the first shot on the left side of your screen. Oh, almost a split conversion there in the 10th for Marion, but it is an open frame, and they shoot 180. So game 10 comes to a close on our women's featured pair. Not a whole lot positive happening on our men's featured pair this game. Clark and Lawrence Tech both struggling. There's been 1 mark through 5 completed frames. And that was a strike in the first by Clark. Other than that, all open frames for both teams. Lawrence Tech with a chance for their first mark of the game right here, shooting the 1-2-4. And another open frame, 3 in a row for Lawrence Tech to open up this game. Again, bracket play begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Be sure to tune in for that. It'll go all the way till about 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So a full day of coverage for you here on Bowl TV on Saturday and as well again on Sunday. Currently in game 11. This is our 3rd round. Round 4 will be coming up in just a few minutes, and you can see right now we're in round 3. Round 4 is going to feature Grandview and Clark on the women's side, Southwestern Christian and Marion on the men's side. Round 5, Campbellsville and Ashford for the women, and William Penn and Calumet for the men. And round 6, Midland and Calumet for the women, Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake for the men coming up in round 6. Watching our live coverage on Bowl TV of the NAIA Invitational. We're at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. I'm Lucas Wiseman along with you today. Appreciate everybody tuning in, and hopefully if you're watching this, you're a USBC member, and want to say thank you very much for being a USBC member. Your membership dollars at work here. We're able to bring you our live broadcasts on Bowl TV as a direct result of your membership, so thank you very much. And if you don't bowl in a USBC certified league, certainly would encourage you to do so. You can find more information on USBC on bowl.com. Be sure to be on the lookout for some of our live streams from Baton Rouge at the USBC Open Championships. You can find our full live streaming schedule on bowl.com/livestream. Matt Canizaro and Emil Williams Jr. do a great job with the live streaming there at the Open Championships. I personally have already gone out there to bowl, and big thanks to Coach Bill Hall, who is on our showcase lanes at the River Center there in Baton Rouge, giving lessons to bowlers. I got a lesson from Bill, and was really a great learning session for me. He really gave me some great tips on how to play the lanes in Baton Rouge and what equipment to throw, surface adjustments I needed to make, and some minor physical adjustments to my bowling game that really have worked out well for me and well worth the time I spent with Bill Hall. Also have some practice lanes at the River Center where you can get some shots in on the tournament condition on the same lane surface. So worth checking out when you get to Baton Rouge. Again, we are in the middle of game 11 of 24. Men's pair getting ready to go into the 10th frame. The women are in the 6th frame of game 11. Back-to-back strikes for Clark. They can shoot 194 with a couple of more. Lawrence Tech had a rough start to the game with 3 straight opens, so even if they strike out, they'd only get to 173. So final shots coming up in game 11 on the men's pair. Lawrence Tech with the spare, so 162 for them. Clark with a fill ball here after the double in the 10th. Makes it 3 in a row, the 10th frame, 194 for the Crusaders. So those two teams will start with game 12 momentarily. Couple of frames to go on the women's side. Pikeville strikeout for 204. Marion still finishing things up here in the 8th. A spare here, they could strike out in the 9th and the 10th for 210. 10th frame coming up for Pikeville on the women's pair. Euless for Pikeville. Strike. First shot in the 10th, so they still have a chance to get into the 200s here if she can get the next one. And standings can be found on bowl.com, so take a look out for that. They're updated after every 4 games, so standings are updated after game 8 currently, and once we finish game 12, they will post another update. Another strike for Pikeville. I'll get them into the 200s if you get a 6 count or better on the fill. Marion going to shoot 185 with a strike on the fill. So 183 from Marion. Fill ball still upcoming for Pikeville. The men are about halfway through game 12. .198 for Pikeville as they are about to begin their 12th game. So the women about a half a game behind the men right now. Pikeville women looking for a double here, and they get it. So strike, spare, double start here in game 12 for Pikeville. Our men's pair, they are working in the 8th frame. Both teams are. A couple of more frames to go, and then they will move on to their next pair, and we'll have some new teams coming in. Coming in for round 4 for the women, it'll be Grandview and Clark. The men will have Southwestern Christian and Marion coming up. Tenth frame in progress for Clark and Lawrence Tech. Clark with a spare and a strike on the fill. Shoot, 205. Lawrence Tech, a couple of more strikes in the 10th would get them to 183. And we're doing seeding, bowling for seeding purposes today, 24 Baker games to determine our seeds for bracket competition, which begins at 8 a.m. right here on Bowl TV tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Bowl TV tomorrow. Same start time on Sunday as well. No buys to be had on the women's side, but on the men's side, there are 9 first-round buys. So the top 9 teams after today and the men's side will get a bye. We've got 16 women's teams in the field, 23 men's teams. So the brackets are set up a little bit different for the men and the women. 173 for Lawrence Tech, 202 for Clark. We'll go full screen to the women's pair as they still have half a game to go before we have a break between rounds. Not really a break, we're just waiting for the next teams to move in. Well, really quickly today. Open frame for Pikeville. Two frames to go for Pikeville, 5 to go for Marion. As we are approaching the halfway point of qualifying. The Bounty with a question in our chat. How does the team get involved in this tournament? It is for NAIA teams. So if your school's an NAIA team, you would be eligible to compete in this tournament. This is the NAIA Invitational, so one day they hope that this will be the NAIA Championship. They need it to be recognized by the NAIA before it can officially be classified as a championship, but for all intents and purposes, this is the championship for NAIA schools, and that's not a bowling designation, that's a university or college designation. All of their sports compete at the NAIA level. So no NCAA schools are here, no junior college schools, just the NAIA. Tenth frame for Pikeville. Kim Eulis up. Can max out at 207 with a couple of strikes here. And leaves the 9-pin on the first shot. So 196 the max score now for Pikeville. Marion with the 9th and the 10th frame still to go. 184 their max score. Now 173 their max. .195 final score for Pikeville in game 12. Marion got the first one in the 10th. They can max out at 162. So final shot coming up here in game 12. .152 for Marion as we'll take a break here as we're between games here at the NAIA Invitational. Right back after this from Western Bowl in Indianapolis.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
My teammates, we all were looking for another challenge to make our game a little bit better, and the Sport League was the first step in doing so. So we tried it. We found the flaws in our game, and you know, when you go on a house shot, you do pretty well, and you think you're a good bowler, and then you go on a tougher condition, and it really brings you back down to earth, and you know you have to work on some things.
How has the sport bowling experience helped you with tournament play and competitive play? Because when you get out somewhere where there's a different pattern, you feel like you probably have a little bit of advantage.
Sure, experience is the key. So, you know, having the sport, understanding that there are different patterns and different ways to play the pattern. Now, when you go to a tournament, if you're one-dimensional, you're finished. But if you have an idea of, I can move here, change ball, rotation, all these other factors, now you have a little bit better arm to face that condition.
Come on, baby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
Welcome back as we get started with Game 13. Southwestern Christian and Marion are the men's schools that we have for you this game, or this round, I should say. On the women's side, it's Grandview and Clark. Question in our chat: when will the NAIA make bowling a championship sport? Gary Brown was on talking about that a little bit earlier today. Said that they need to reach a threshold of 50 schools competing at the NAIA level before they can be considered for varsity status. And right now there's can't remember the exact number. He said somewhere in the 30s is the number of schools at the NAIA level, and there's hope that in the next few years that number will get to 50, and bowling can become a varsity sport for NAIA competition. So for now, this is an invitational event, but hopefully in the future we'll be able to call it a championship event. Women's featured pair, Grandview and Clark, they're just getting underway as we are in game 13 of 24. Standings will be updated shortly on bowl.com. Wrapping up game 13, Southwestern Christian with 181. Marion men can strike out for 174. Standings are still being worked on after 12 games and should be coming shortly. Question in our chat about how many teams there are in the field. There are 23 men's teams, 16 women's teams. Clark women can shoot 167 with a strike on the fill ball. And the Grandview women can still get to 189 this game. The Bounty wants to know where you can find out if your college is NAIA or NCAA. Not sure if there's a list somewhere or not, but it would be NAIA or NCAA is a designation for the university for all sports. So, for example, if your sport competes against, in the NCAA basketball tournament, then you would be an NCAA school. You would not be an NAIA school. The bigger colleges and universities tend to be NCAA programs. The smaller programs are NAIA. And there's also junior colleges as well, which have their own designation. Marion men with 170. Grandview women staring down a 1-2 spare attempt here in the 10th. They can still shoot 177 this game. Another question in our chat, if all the NAIA schools get invited to this event. They do. This NAIA Invitational is open to any of the NAIA schools. So all of them were eligible to come and compete here this weekend. We had Deadwood on our women's pair, so Grandview finally about to shoot that spare here in the 10th. Does make it so that'll put them in the 170s in game 13 as we gear up for game 14 here at the NAIA Invitational. watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. Do have standings for you after 12 games of competition. Robert Morris leads the men's division. Actually, it's a tie for first. Robert Morris and Weber International tied for first at 24-65. Weber International with a huge four-game set, 223, 256, 226, 235. So a big 4 games for Weber gets them into a tie for first. Midland third, Davenport fourth, Missouri Baptist in fifth place. Rounding out the top 10 on the men's side, St. Catharines, St. Ambrose, Calumet, Grandview, and Martin Methodist. On the women's side, Weber International is in the lead by more than 100 pins. William Penn second, Pikeville third. Robert Morrison fourth, and Calumet is in fifth place. Rounding out the top 10 on the women's side, Martin Methodist, Indiana Tech, Midland, Campbellsville, and St. Ambrose. A couple of questions in our chat. Can you view another set of schools? You cannot, but every 4 games, new schools move to our featured pairs. And right after these shots here by the players on the approach, we'll give you a look at who's coming up. And right now we're in round 4. We've got about 3.5 games to go in this round, and then round 5 will be coming up after this. Campbellsville and Ashford on the women's side, William Penn and Calumet on the men's side. That'll be followed by our final round, the Midland women and Calumet women, and the Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake men coming up in the final round of the day. Again, standings are available on bowl.com. You can find those right under our live streaming graphic. There's a link that says results. Games 1 through 12 and 13 through 24. We're in game 14 currently. Standings are updated through 12 games. Another question in the chat. How many teams advance? All of them advance. All 16 women's teams and all 23 men's teams will move on and bowl in bracket competition tomorrow. The top 9 men's teams in the bracket receive a bye. Wrapping up our 14th game, and the men are going to finish this game first. Southwestern Christian with 1 shot to go. They can shoot 161 if they can strike on the fill. For Marion, they're going to be at 169 with a spare. Another question in our chat, are the teams seeded based on today's performance? Yes, they are. That's why we're bowling the 24 games of qualifying today. It'll determine our seeding for bracket competition coming up tomorrow. Live coverage of the bracket round starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for that. .157 for Southwestern Christian. As they are, both those schools are now starting game 15 of 24. The women are now in the 10th frame. Grandview with a strike, first shot in the 10th for the double. 2 more strikes, they can shoot 178. Clark can strike out for 165. Great finish for Grandview here. 4 strikes in a row for 178. Final shot this game for Clark. Open frame for 144. So those two schools will switch lanes now and start game 14. Sorry, game 15. Bounty still trying to figure out if his school is NAIA or NCAA. Bounty, which school do you go to? That'll help us figure it out. Bounty goes to Bowling Green State. That would definitely be an NCAA school. Bowling Green is an NCAA institution. Almost positive about that one. Watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here along with you as we are in game 15 of 24, determining our seeding for tomorrow's bracket competition. Feel free to join us in our chat here on our YouTube channel, and if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to our channel. Look for the subscribe button. A reminder that the USBC Queens will be taking place next month, and entries are open for that event. Bowl.com/Queens for online registration. Again, bowl.com/Queens. Don't miss your opportunity to compete in one of the biggest women's events of the year. It's $20,000 first place prize. Tenth frame for our men's featured pair. Both teams putting together good games here. Southwestern Christian can strike out for 237. Marion can punch out for 221. So a couple of potential big games here. Final shot of game 15 for Southwestern Christian. They shoot 224. And the final ball for Marion here in this game is a strike for 210. So they will head into game 16. Our women's featured pair, they are in the 6th and 7th frames of game 15, so about 4.5 frames or so behind the men. Again, the standings will be in a new PDF for games 13 through 24. In the second half of qualifying, there will be a different PDF with the standings. That link is also on bowl.com. If you're having a hard time locating that link, you can find it on my Twitter feed. Just tweeted the link out at Lucas_Wiseman. So you can follow me at Lucas_Wiseman. It's LUCAS_WISEMAN. And you'll find the link to the standings there as well. A question in our chat about whether the lane conditions will be the same tomorrow. Yes, the pattern will be the same for the entire tournament. 39-foot sport pattern, 2.44 to 1 ratio. C. Soaks wants to know why there's no men's NCAA bowling. NCAA only recognizes women's bowling as a varsity sport. I would guess that that's mainly due to Title IX, as they need to, some of the schools use bowling as a way to balance out their scholarships between men's sports and women's sports. And don't think that men's bowling will ever become an NCAA varsity sport, so it'll stay at the club level. Our women's teams are heading into the 10th frame now. Grandview can strike out for 179. Clark can strike out for 135. Nice washout conversion there for Grandview. Again, coming up for the next set of 4 games on our featured pairs, it's going to be Campbellsville and Ashford on the women's side. The men's side will be William Penn and Calumet. $125 for Clark. Grandview finishes at 169. 169 for Grandview as they have wrapped up game number 15. So both pairs now going to be in game 16. The men already have completed 6 frames here in game 16. X-Gamer wants to know how long this goes on for. There's 24 games, and we are in game 16. So after this one, we'll have 8 games to go. And then coverage will continue tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And we'll have match play tomorrow. Best 3 out of 5 matches in the bracket. Tenth frame coming up for Marion. Can strike out for 183. Southwestern Christian up in the 9th frame right now. Max score for them with the spare there is going to be 180. Again, our women's featured pair, they have only completed 2 frames in game 16, so they're running a little bit behind the men now. Not sure if just because these 2 men's teams are bowling quickly. I have a feeling that the women's field may finish about a half a game or a game behind the men today at the rate we're going, because it looks like all the men are starting to finish up here with game 16 across the bowling center. Tenth frame for Southwestern Christian. Can max out at 180 on the far right side of your screen. Max score now 169. Final shot for Marion on our featured pair today. And they shoot 169. My apologies, 159, the final score for Marion. Final shot coming up for Southwestern Christian. Strike giving them 169 here in game 16. And it's an 8 count for 167. We'll go full screen to the women's pair as they still have half a game to go here. Before we get started with game 17 on the men's pair, they have new teams coming in, so they will transition over. Looks like the 2 men's teams that were coming to 49 and 50 were waiting in the wings, so they're going to get started pretty quick here. So we'll go back to the split screen. It's going to be William Penn and Calumet. So the men are Grandview and Clark still finishing up game 16. William Penn and Calumet on the men's side are new teams coming in. And they are bowling in game 17. Again, 24 games of qualifying today, and then we'll be heading to the bracket competition tomorrow morning. Teams will all be seeded based on how they play today. Calumet already off to a good start here this game with a double. Calumet on the far right lane, far right side of your screen. A couple of frames still to go between or on the Grandview and Clark pair. So wrapping up game 16. As soon as they finish up, it'll be Campbellsville and Ashford coming in to that pair.
Ticket number 989, your order's ready at Charlie and Bernie's, 989. Thank you.
.109 for Clark. Grandview still shooting a spare. They can max out at 165. .162 for Grandview. So Campbellsville and Ashford will be moving in next on our women's featured pair. Again, standings will be updated as soon as everybody has finished game 16. The women still wrapping up game 16. The men are in game 17 right now. Campbellsville and Ashford getting ready to move into our featured pair for the women. William Penn and Calumet. 7th frame of the 17th game currently in progress. Question in our chat if anybody knows if Marion is going to be on the featured pair. We already had the Marion men and women on the featured pair earlier today. Right now we've got Campbellsville and Ashford on the women's side, William Penn and Calumet on the men's side. Calumet can strike out on the 10th for 234. William Penn can strike out for 225. Now the max score for Calumet is 214 after the single pin leave in the 10th. Frame for William Penn. You're going to see him coming into the picture here in a moment. There he is. Baby split. Max score for William Penn is now 205 with a spare. Oh, a little messenger action there for Calumet on the fill, 214.
Ticket number 993, your order's ready at Charlie and Barney's. 993.
193 for William Penn. Few questions coming in the chat. Is there somewhere I can watch those that were on the featured pair earlier? That'll be available a few hours after the broadcast ends today. So I would say check back on our YouTube channel here on Bowl TV. Maybe around, say, 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern time. And the archive of this event should be available then. Right here on youtube.com/bowltv is where you'll be able to find that. Kelly in OKC wants to know if the Southwestern Christian women will be on the featured pair. They will not. Coming up in the final round of the day, it'll be the Midland women and Calumet women. And on the men's side, Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake. The Southwestern Christian men are already done. They were on the featured pair for 4 games before this set. So you just missed them, Kelly. And TD Camp to the Midland Women Bowl soon. Yes, they will be coming up in about 3.5 games. So probably in about 40 minutes or so. Maybe around 1:30, 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time, the Midland Women should be on the featured pair. Fifth frame for the women. So they're in game 17, the men in game 18 already. Do have standings now available after game 16 for the men and for the women. The link is on bowl.com. Robert Morris leads the men's field, 34.06. Midland in second at 32.79. Weber third at 32.75. So a close fight there for second. Davenport is fourth. Missouri Baptist fifth. And rounding out the top 10 in the men's division, St. Ambrose, Calumet, St. Catherine, Cumberland, and William Penn for the women. Weber International still comfortably in the lead by 185 pins. Pikeville second, William Penn third, Robert Morris fourth, and Midland fifth. Rounding out the top 10 for the women, Campbellsville, Indiana Tech, Martin Methodist, Marion, and St. Catherine. So our women's pair in game 17, our men's pair in game 18. Kind of hard to keep up with. The men now almost a game ahead of a whole game ahead of the women. The William Penn men have 5 strikes in a row currently and can strike out for 267 this game heading into the 10th frame. The Ashford women are in the 10th frame right now, can max out at 182 this game. Single pin, 171 is their max score now. The scores are available on bowl.com. If you want to see the standings, just go to bowl.com and you'll see the live streaming graphic, and below that there's a little paragraph. You'll see the link in there for the standings. William Penn has now thrown 6 strikes in a row. They're already in the 250s. They can get into the 260s with another strike. That'll put him in the 260s. 170 for Ashford. Campbellsville looking at a baby split here. Open frame, so they shoot 167. So the women are getting ready to start up game 18. The men wrapping up game 18. Since the bowlers on our men's pair are starting to get pretty deep, I've pulled the camera back just a little bit so that we can see them on the approach. 267. 267 for William Penn. Calumet can strike out for 208. Gets the first one. And if you're not seeing the most current results, make sure you press refresh. Results are updated through game 16 on bowl.com. So make sure you push refresh to get the most current results. So good finish for Calumet. Strikes out in the 10th for 204. Throw the last 4 there. Sorry, 208 with the last 4. So now Calumet and William Penn will switch lanes and bowl 2 more games on our featured pair. The women working in the 4th frame of game 18. So the men have 6 games to go for the day. The women 6.5 or so. 3 in a row for Calumet to start this game. They're getting a little crazy out there. All of the teams do advance to bracket competition. All 16 women's teams and all 23 men's teams will make it. There are no byes in the women's division, but there are 9 byes in the men's division since there's 23 teams. 9 teams, the top 9 teams in the standings after today will have a bye in the first round of the bracket tomorrow. Front 4 for Calumet. Calumet makes it 5 in a row. So all 5 players in the lineup with a strike to start off this game. Ten-pin ends the run for Calumet. Single-pin leave in the 6th. Gets boos from his teammates, as they were hoping to bowl a 300 game here. Ashford heading into the 10th on our women's pair. Making strikeout for 211. Ashford with a spare will shoot 200. Campbellsville women still finishing up the 8th frame here, looking at the split. Open frame. Their max score 179. Again, the women are in game 18. The men are in game 19. All right, now Calumet putting together a big game here for the men. And they can strike out for 279 if they can get all strikes in the 9th and the 10th frame. .200 was the final score for Ashford. Max score for Campbellsville women is now 169 with a spare here and 3 in the 10th. 3 strikes in the 10th. The William Penn guys can strike out for 237. They've got the 9th and the 10th to go. .159 for Campbellsville. Calumet and William Penn both in the 10th frame here. Calumet a chance to shoot 258. William Penn can shoot 237. .226 for William Penn. Ring 10 for Calumet. They shoot 257. William Penn and Calumet will get started with game 20. As Ashford and Campbellsville have switched lanes for game number 19. Campbellsville off to a good start this game. Spare double. Again, the standings are updated after every 4 games, so the standings are up there after 16 games. And if you have the PDF open from games 1 through 12, it's on a new PDF, so you'll need to find that new link, which it's on bowl.com. And if you don't see the most current results after 16 games, make sure you press refresh, and they should pop up for you. Open frame for William Penn in the 4th. So they have 68 in the 4th frame now. Again, the men in game 20, the women in game 19. Split conversion is good for Calumet in the 3rd. Question in our chat, when will the Calumet women be on? They're going to be on in the next round. About a game and a half from now. The women are halfway through game number 19, so they have a game and a half to go before the new teams come in. It'll be Midland and Calumet women. And on our men's pair, it'll be Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake coming in. Those two teams will be coming in about a half a game on the men's side and about a game and a half for our women's teams to switch. couple of frames to go on the women's pair in game 19. And 3 frames to go on our men's pair in game 20. Calumet going at a 198 pace. William Penn going at a 185 pace in this game. Calumet looking for 3 strikes in a row here. 9th frame. Got it. 4 goes down late. Campbellsville women working in the 9th frame now. They can shoot 192. They've been clean the whole game. Just need one more spare here in the 10th to have that clean game. Ashford, far left side of your screen. They can strike out for 202. Gets 8 on the first shot. 190 going to be their max score now. Tenth frame for Calumet. Missed the head pin to the right. Gets 6. Max score 214. Sorry, 204. William Penn's max score heading into the 10th frame is 191. $189 for Ashford, $191 for Campbellsville, as they are gearing up to start game 20. Open frame of the 10th for Calumet, as they shoot 190. Just check my Twitter feed, and I want to say hello to Maylin, who's watching and says go Weber. Sent me a tweet about 11 minutes ago. Just now got that. So thanks for watching, Maylin, and there's your shout out. So if you'd like to tweet at me, you can find me at Lucas_Wiseman. I'll give you a shout out if you tweet at me. 189 for William Penn, as they are now done on that pair, so we'll have some new men's teams coming in. It's going to be Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake. Cumberland is already here, ready to go. Still waiting on Our Lady of the Lake to move in. And it looks like, looks like they may be moving in here now as well. So they should get started shortly for their final round of the day. Our women's pair still has 8 frames to go. And after this spare attempt, we'll take a quick 45-second break. Need to squeeze in a quick commercial break, but back in just about 45 seconds here on Bowl TV. You're watching our live coverage of college bowling on Bowl TV.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
So we are back now. Didn't miss too much. Women's pair in the 4th frame of game 20. The men getting ready to begin game 21. Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake are now joining us on our men's featured pair. Lance Walding with the tweet at me. Says, watching our broadcast today on Bold TV. Thanks for tuning in today, Lance. About a half a game from now, we'll get a couple of new women's teams on the featured pair. It'll be Midland and Calumet. Women running about half a game to a game behind the men. James Cheff with a tweet at me wants to know what time match play starts. Match play will begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Bowl TV. Be here all day tomorrow from 8 a.m. until probably about 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then same thing on Sunday until we crown our champion Sunday afternoon. Got about 4 games to go here today. And that'll determine our seeds for tomorrow's competition. Thanks for the tweets. If you want to tweet me, you can find me at Lucas_Wiseman. Brett wants to know on our YouTube chat when the Grandview women will be on. They have already been on. You missed them. They were on about 4 or 5 games ago. Ashford with the 10 pin in the 10th frame. Their max score 177. Campbellsville still to bowl here in the 9th and the 10th. Campbellsville could strike out for 174. Cumberland men with 3 strikes in a row. Strikes in the 4th, 5th, and 6th frames. Another strike for Cumberland, 4 in a row. Ashford closes out with a strike for 177. Tenth frame for Campbellsville. Crossover, but does not carry for the strike, leaves the 9 pin. Again, coverage begins tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern time. Should be wrapping up here probably within the next hour or so. Probably about 2:30, 2:40, somewhere in there. To the end of our coverage today, and then back again tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern time. Final shot for Campbellsville. It's It's an 8 count for 152. So we'll wait for Midland and Calumet to come in. We'll go full screen to our men's featured pair, Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake. Bowling coach wants to know where he finds the standings on bowl.com. Pretty easy to find. Right on the front page of bowl.com, you'll see the live streaming image. And just below that, it'll say Watch Now NAIA Invitational. And that's where the link to the standings is. It'll say results, games 1 through 12, and games 13 through 24. Another strike for Cumberland. That's a 5-bagger. They could strike out here and shoot 255. They have the 9th and the 10th frames to go, though. See if Cumberland can close it out here. They've got 6 strikes in a row and begging for that 4-pin to go down, but it doesn't. So with the spare, they'll be in the 230s. Still waiting for Midland and Calumet to get started on our women's featured pair. Once they get going, we will go back to the split screen. The women about a game behind the men. And actually the women might end up being about a game and a half behind because Calumet women still have a half a game to go before they move over to our featured pair. .234 for Cumberland. Final shot this game for Our Lady of the Lake. 8 count for 140. So we'll take a quick commercial break. Back in just a minute or two here on Bowl TV.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, contact Chad Murphy at the Bowling Proprietors Association of America.
You really have to hone in on a specific spot and be accurate time after time. It's also very valuable in working with the high school kids that we do and coaching them, trying to get them to be a lot more accurate. So learning to read the lanes, what your ball is doing and what a ball can do is what I'm really trying to work on and really trying to learn.
What would you say to someone who's considering going out and trying sport condition? I mean, it can be frustrating at first.
It can be very frustrating, but it's one of those things, if you want to get better and you really want to see what potential you have, it's a great thing to do. I encourage a lot of people to go out there. Actually have my daughters bowling on sport patterns just to get away from house patterns. It does expose pieces in your game, and you miss a board right, board left, and you pay for it. So, working on that accuracy is really valuable.
Welcome back. Men's featured pair. They are in game 22. Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, Midland and Calumet women will be on the women's featured pair, and we'll go back to our split screen once they get started. Watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. Should be getting started pretty soon here with the women's featured pair, Calumet and Midland. Looks like Calumet has finished their game and they are making the move over to 47 and 48. Watching our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the NAIA Invitational. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and we are in our final round of the day, final 4-game set. Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake currently bowling on the men's featured pair. They've got about 2.5 games to go. Our women getting ready to begin. Midland and Calumet, they have 4 more games to go today. don't forget, bracket competition begins 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Be sure to tune in right here on Bowl TV at 8 a.m. tomorrow for continuing live coverage of the NAIA Invitational College Bowling on Bowl TV. And Sunday again, 8 a.m. until we crown a champion sometime Sunday afternoon. The double elimination match play bracket starting tomorrow morning. Today, our teams are bowling qualifying with 16 women's teams and 23 men's teams in the field. All of the teams will advance. There are no byes on the women's side, but the top 9 men's teams will receive a bye in the bracket and not have to bowl that opening round tomorrow. So Midland and Calumet underway on our women's featured pair. Game 21 now in progress for the women. Game 22 in progress for the men. Should have updated standings after game 20 in just a moment or two. Gary Brown's putting the finishing touches on them. Let you know when they're posted. And we'll run through the top 10 for you in both the men's and the women's divisions. Standings are now posted. After 20 games, Robert Morris men are in the lead by 180 pins on Weber International. Midland is third, Calumet fourth, and William Penn fifth. Rounding out the top 10 in the men's division, Davenport, Missouri Baptist, St. Catherine, Marion, and St. Ambrose. For the women, the Weber International Warriors with, looks like about 156 pin lead on Pikeville. Robert Morris is third, William Penn fourth, and Midland in fifth place. Rounding out the top 10, Indiana Tech, Campbellsville, Martin Methodist, Calumet, and Ashford. Our Lady of the Lake getting ready to start the 10th frame. They could max out at 156 this game. Sorry, 166 this game. Cumberland, with a spare in the 9th, can strike out for 169. Question in the chat about what the lane conditions are. 39-foot pattern. It's a sport bowling pattern developed by our specialists at USBC. So a 39-foot USBC sport compliant pattern is what we've got. Appreciate everybody tuning in today for our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the NAIA Invitational live from Indianapolis. Lucas Wiseman here with you. Make sure you follow USBC on our social networking platforms, twitter.com/USBC. So we're on Twitter at USBC, and we're also on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC1. Facebook.com/USBC and the number 1. And if you want to find me on either of those places, I am there as well. On Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman and on Facebook at facebook.com/LucasUSBC. .147 for Cumberland, 156 for Our Lady of the Lake, as they will gear up to start their final 2 games of the day. Watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational here on Bowl TV. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and we are heading to a close here in qualifying. Game number 23 in progress on our men's featured pair. Cumberland and Our Lady of the Lake are in the fourth frame of game 23 of 24. And our women's featured pair just wrapping up game number 21. Reminder that we do begin coverage tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Be sure to tune in as we'll get started with our double elimination match play bracket portion of this event. And that'll go through until about 4:30 tomorrow afternoon, and then back at it again at 8 a.m. on Sunday morning until we crown a champion here in Indianapolis. 151 for the Midland women that game. Calumet can strike on the fill for 207. .206 for Calumet. It's their final score in game 21. Cumberland getting ready to bowl the 10th frame of the second to last game for them. They can strike out for 194. Open frame in the 10th for Cumberland. They shoot 169. They have one more game to go on the day. 9th frame for Our Lady of the Lake. Strike in the 9th. They can max out this game at 145. Nice split conversion there in the 10th for Our Lady of the Lake. .124 for Our Lady of the Lake. Midland women are putting together a nice game here. 128 in the 6th. Strike in the 7th. Single pin leave in the 8th. So spare here. They can max out 228 this game. 10th frame in progress from Midland. Aaron McCarthy with the spare, so they're going to shoot 208 with a strike on the fill.
Orders ready at Julian Murray, 503.
205 for Midland. Calumet working on the 10th here with the spare. They can shoot 193. Our men's pair in the final game. A little more than a half a game to go for them. .192 for Calumet. So those teams will switch lanes now. 2 games to go for them. Only a couple of frames to go on our men's featured pair, and then they will be done for the day. A little bit more than a game and a half to go on the women's featured pair. Cumberland can strike out in the 10th for 192. Our Lady of the Lake going to be in the 120s this game. Cumberland going to be at 180 if he can pick two of these. Doesn't get any of them, so 178 the final score for Cumberland, as they are 179 the final score for Cumberland. So we'll go full screen to the women's featured pair. They have a game and a half to go. By the way, Our Lady of the Lake finishes at 129. So Calumet on the left lane, Midland on the right lane for this final game and a half. Game 23 wrapping up here on our women's featured pair. The men are done with their qualifying. And Calumet putting together a big finish here at his 6 consecutive strikes for the Crimson Wave. They're going to shoot 254 with another strike. Meanwhile, Midland can punch out for 225 if McCarthy can get a couple of more here. Second shot in the 10th. Comes up light, so they're going to be at 215 with a spare. So 251 for Calumet, a very nice game. .214 for Midland. So 1 game to go. 2 frames to go for Midland. They can punch out for 254 this game. Calumet still working in the 6th. They have a clean game, but no doubles as of yet. Watching our live coverage of the NAIA Invitational, final game of qualifying. Coverage will continue tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. Bracket competition will get started tomorrow morning, and we'll have coverage for you all the way through until we have a champion on Sunday afternoon. So be sure to join us all weekend right here on Bowl TV. So it looks like Midland going to shoot 212 with the single pin conversion. Calumet can still strike out here for 227. Final frame in progress here. It's going to lead to our final shot of the day here at the NAIA Invitational. Again, coverage will continue tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Be sure to join us for match play. I want to thank everybody for watching our live coverage today. Calumet's final shot. And we're going to end the day on a strike. A nice way to finish things up. 185 for Calumet. And we'll have a short recap for you on bowl.com in a little bit along with the standings. So be on the lookout for that. But that's all for now here from Indianapolis. We will be back with you again tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bowl TV. Have a good day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.